everyone. So good afternoon, everyone. I will a scientist with a profound passion, a great human, a kind mentor, and not to forget, an excellent and enthusiastic teacher. Professor ProfNsivaKumarsSuperannuation sir has been a source of inspiration for many. As we bid farewell to our beloved teacher and mentor, let us reflect on the legacy and knowledge and the inspiration he leaves behind.
The lamp is a timeless symbol of illumination and knowledge. As we gather to celebrate the career of a luminary in his field, we also pay homage to the light of learning that has guided us through the years. I invite Professor N. sir, Professor Suroliya sir, Professor Naresh Babu Sapuri, and Professor Apparao Podle, as well as Dr. Vijay Lakshmi, onto the stage to light the lamp.
Okay.
Sorry about the delay, there is one more guest to arrive, the candle. We'll wait for the candle.
So, before moving into the ceremony, let us have a look into his journey throughout his life, right from playing as a kid to being the epitome of how a person can show justice to all the roles he has taken up in his life. How he started from a small town in Andhra Pradesh and left his mark throughout the globe with his remarkable contributions. So we are having a video which will depict his journey throughout these years.
Favorite singer Yesudas, and while a PhD student, I got it. Favorite singer Yesudas, and while a PhD student, I used to sing, and at home also I keep humming different types of language songs, English, Hindi, Kannada, Tamil, Telugu, sometimes German too. Now I thought it's a nice thing to go out with this fast song. गीत गाता चल मुसाफी गुनगुनाता चल, गीत गाता चल मुसाफी गुनगुनाता बंधु गुनगुनाता चल. गाता चल साथे गुनगुनाता चल, गीत गाता चल साथे गुनगुनाता चल, ओ बंधु रे हंसाते हरि भाई ना भी देखो तब से नहीं भरती, हर एक रचना फूल कहेगा तो दीदी को हंसना, दीदी को हंसना.
We hope the journey forward will be a fulfilling one. Now, I would like to invite Professor Suraliya, sir, who has come all the way from Bangalore, onto the dais. Please, sir. Now I request Shrey from MSc Biochemistry to hand over a bouquet to Professor Suraliya. Sir, it is our request to share with us some of your fond memories and associations with Professor N. Shivakumar, sir.
move on. How I move forward? Huh? Should do now? Yeah. Fine. I'm indeed delighted to address this august audience on the auspicious occasion of Professor Kumar's retirement, formal, what you can call retirement from a formal position today. I have known Dr. Kumar for a very long time, just about the time he began his research at CFTRI, Mysore. I think work done in our laboratory at that time certainly had lasting impression on him and his mentor, Dr. Rajgopal Rao, to embark their studies in the area of lectins, glycosidases, and then, lysosomal targeting, etc., which Professor Shiv Kumar has so elegantly explored. But before I come to Professor Shiv Kumar as an individual, I thought of first highlighting why is it so attractive to work in the area of glycobiology. To most biologists, life seems to depend only on, you can dim the light, I don't need to. Life seems to depend only on two major classes of macromolecules, namely the nucleic acids and proteins. No doubt they evolved early, and among them nucleic acids also have the ability to self-replicate. However, we know that life cannot exist without other macromolecules or molecules such as lipids and carbohydrates. Studies with DNA, RNA, and protein transactions have provided us or have shed light on the first three revolutions or first three frontiers of biology. Carbohydrates is its fourth frontier, and unlike the first three frontiers, the frontiers of carbohydrates still vastly remains underexplored. Sugars, as you know, serve as the sources of food and energy. Sugar polymers such as cellulose and chitin are the most abundant polymers on Earth. They serve as structural elements in plants and insects, fungi, etc. Other polymers of sugar, such as glucose, serve as the stores of energy. These are amylose in plant, starch in plant, and glycogen in human beings. And glycogens in animals. However, a glycobiologist like me views sugars as far more than just food sources, metabolic fuels, and as structural materials. Indeed, work conducted during the last 4 to 5 decades has firmly established sugars as words in the vocabulary of intercellular communications. The belief thus sugars provide cells with their individuality that crucially regulate their social behavior, including their growth and differentiation, immune response, malignancy metastasis, and the infectious cycle of pathogenic organisms. The belief that the cells can recognize each other and can be recognized is based okay. Yeah. If kidney cells taken from an embryo are mixed with embryonic liver cells and allowed to grow together on a nutrient medium, within a few days the kidney cells would assemble at one part of the plate, whereas the liver cells would assemble at yet another part of the culture. Likewise, if the cells of a green sponge are mixed with cells of an orange sponge and allowed to grow together on a nutrient medium, within a few hours the cells would have crept along the whole dish and assembled by species. How is it that the liver and kidney cells do not form a hybrid organ? Or why not the green and the orange sponge form a purple colored mixed colony? Obviously, the place to look for answers is on the surface of the cell, for it is through its surface that the cell comes in contact with its environment and other cells. Let's look for a moment at the surface of the cell. The surface of the cell is defined mostly by proteins and lipids. Carbohydrates constitute only about less than 1% or 2% of its overall composition. Though they constitute only a small proportion of the total plasma membrane composition, recently they have actually attracted a lot of attention. And in fact, now it is said that all cells come in a sugar coating. This is certainly true of not only bacterial, plant, yeast or fungi cells, but also of eukaryotes or animal cells, in whose plasma membranes carbohydrates are minor components only. Obviously, the next question is, why has nature chosen sugars for these functions? when it had already nucleic acids and proteins available to it? The answer to this question lies in the stupendous variety of structures that one could form with carbohydrate. Sugar, an important source of food and energy, was described by Disraeli as the one which charms infancy and soothes old age. Undoubtedly, he had sucrose in mind, the sugar that we commonly use for sweetening the food. But in nature, more than 200 monosaccharides have already been discovered. In other words, carbohydrate polymers larger number of building blocks available than available to proteins or nucleic acid. Further, this can be linked in a number of different ways. You know, in the case of proteins, or amide bond. There is a single type of acids. On the other hand, sugars can be linked in a number of different ways. Moreover, since each of the monosaccharide has about 5 hydroxyl groups, almost equal activity, they actually give rise to a large variety of diverse structures. For example, amino acids such as glycine will give pentapeptide. On the other hand, a simple sugar such as glucose will give rise to 11 disaccharides, 176 isomeric triglycerides. 3 amino acids give rise to only 6 distinct monosaccharides such as glucose, lactose, and mannose. 1006 tricyclic as the number of monomers is overwhelmingly large. Sugars, as you know, are conformationally very. If you notice here, even simple sugars such as glucose actually occurs in about 32 distinct conformations. Of the 32, 7 or 8 of them are familiar to us. For example, the open chain conformation, the ring conformations, that is the Howard projections. But the real conformations are open chain, the 2 forms of chair conformation, board, skew, half chair, envelope, so on and so forth. There are both bigger number of conformations available to each sugar. On the other hand, each of the amino occurs in a very limited number of conformational states because of the carboxyl group. So both cellulose and glucose only. The only difference in the case of cellulose, the 2 sugars or repeating sugar are linked to beta 1 linkage, whereas and this linkage difference has a profound influence on oral conformation and their function. In the case of chitin, because of this beta 1,4 linkage, the oligosaccharide or polysaccharide chain is packed in a very cohesive, tight fashion, so much so that even water cannot easily penetrate. And that's why nature has chosen cellulose for its structural function, where it provides actually structural integrity. Unfolding sugars give rise to high helical structure and high flexibility, and the helical form of the structure is high. A unique feature of polymers is branching, and branching increases structures in nature, provided by their stupendous reach. Oligomer, oligosaccharide, as 16 16 residue oligomer shown here to it the standard down. Whereas diamine 3 protein, which is made up of 300 residues, this feature is the carbohydrate to participate in cellular. As I already said to you, the sugar monosaccharides by themselves are very highly flexible. On top of this, the glycogen in oligosaccharide chain also can occur formations. Consequently, oligosaccharide occurs in practically nucleic acids. Obviously, the oligosaccharide chains attached to proteins actually can shield a large proportion of the protein surface, imparting it newer properties such as antigenicity, solubility, or even play an important role in nucleating the folding process in proteins. Now, for sugars to participate in intercellular communications, they have to be proteins. Subsequently, there have been discovered forms of life, right from bacteria, human beings, and they play a very important role in regulating cellular interactions and social life. When lectins, which bind to sugars in a selective fashion, because of the presence of their multiple binding sites, are added to solution containing, for example, red blood cells, they will clump together these cells, causing them to agglutinate. Since in a very selective fashion, so the differences in the structure between glucose and galactose cell group at the position other some that they mature bone marrow cells, thus say agglutinated by agglutinate, have been used in transplantation in bubble children. Lectins also have functions in plants. For example, play a crucial role bringing between the root hairs of and nitrogen in bacterium, or actually to plant functions. Carbohydrates attract some of the Fisher, whom one can also consider as father of modern biology, to study the chemistry of sugars and study the synthesis of sugars and purines. Likewise, Buchner, Herhoff, who said the pathway, Steiner, to be awarded glycobiology to carry on biochemical click chemistry, set of phase carbohydrates, involvement biological. Several like not lysozyme but ligands. Richly. Among them, Alvin Kabat, couple of times he was nominated. He could have got on electrophoresis or ultracentrifugation, which Tiselius and Pedersen got. He was involved in these studies. Jim Aston, who discovered the basis for the lipid storage or glycolipid storage disease, the best basis the prevalence of this disease. Likewise, and Strominger, this is wrong thing here, who discovered the action of penicillin. D.C. Phillips, his pioneering enzyme. much before editing was discovered in DNA and RNA, or even things like CRISPR, could have got it 30 years ago for the editing of glycans and glycoproteins, or Elizabeth Nyfield, Kornfeld, and von Figura could have got in the area of targeting of lysosomal enzymes, just as and I'm not very early stage of his career. His contributions, as you stated, have been really very and have set the pace enzymes to on the structure, function of glycosylates, so on and so forth. I met him in 1981. I had just joined as an assistant professor at Molecular Physics Unit in the Institute of Science, and we had no lab. Typically, of all universities, when you join, there will be room, years for you to. I did my lab, and others have it by bench. If joins, then only you order actually and all the required to, because there is no money available otherwise, and you don't want to lose the you had those days having the lab once. Swami had joined me then, so we had nothing. Swami had that work to do, had nothing to do. Decided to Dr. Rajgopal Laboratory, who was a mentor for Professor Sharma. Dr. Rajgopal Rao very rigorous. By rigorous I mean there have been people such as the pioneering glycoproteins like Paul Roseman that identified a glycoside which is homogeneous. They use actually 16 TLCs and showed at earlier times. Correctly deciphered the structures, whatever he actually proposed, it actually stands scrutiny by any millions of scientists. It has stood the scrutiny. So, Dr. Rajgopal Rao belonged to that generation, which was very particular about the, exactness in science. And they were not in a hurry to publish. For example, Perutz, when he started his PhD work, he told he is going to solve the structure of hemoglobin. So many of his contemporaries used to laugh because it can't be solved in one lifetime, All right. So, like that kind of, people didn't worry about number of publications. People were only worried about solving a problem. You are understanding. So, Dr. Rajgopal Rao belonged to that generation. He was also a man of few words, okay, in the sense that he will never try to offend others, he will never make a loose statement, and also won't like to hear any nonsense, okay. So it is not surprising that Dr. Rajgopal Rao had a tremendous influence on the development of academic temper in Professor Shiv Kumar. During my visit, because we had nothing else to do, so I told Swami, come with me, we'll visit Professor Dr. Rajgopal Rao's lab, and he spent a few days working with Shiv Kumar in the lab there, learning how to do some very basic operations. Needless to say that Dr. Shiv Kumar, he was born and graduated from the same town, and then had his PhD from CFTRI in 1985. Subsequently, during that time, he spent a lot of time in my laboratory learning lectin purification and biophysical techniques so that he can characterize any class of proteins in greater detail should he choose to do that in future. And I also had the privilege of examining his PhD thesis, which was an excellent one. So, in between, before he became a faculty, I think, at Hyderabad University, he also worked with Professor Padmanabhan. Now, why I am recounting all this? To tell that your mentors have very profound fortunate. He was mentored some of the most iconic scientists in the country. It is synthesized as a protein, and in the country, Padmanabhan was who could do translation work in the country. And Professor Padmanabhan, you already know him. He would come to the lab by 8 and leave only after practically 9 p.m. And he will do all these experiments with his own hands. So I think when Shiv Kumar worked, I am sure the self-translational work was done by him. And there were two people who could do free translation work in the time. Subsequently, one of Professor Ramaya's audience, and then second one happens to be wife, that is Namita. It used to be very exciting work those days. Nowadays it's available, but those days it was very, very challenging. And he was able to show that cost level is synthesized as a precursor to it. He also subsequently worked for a while as a postdoc in the laboratory with Professor M.R. M.R. also happens to be my, we have been colleagues in the institute, and one of the specifying protein from red testes and showed that it is also playing a deterministic role in meiosis in stamens of datura flower also. So this meiotic specific protein occurred in animals, but was ancient in nature and even occurred in plant. So apart from Dr. Gopal Rao, Padmanabhan and late Professor Namas Rao also strong on the development of I think somewhere I should have in the previous in 90s he joined us at School of Life Sciences at he set up the function. Then in 1989, for about a year, he had an opportunity to visit Professor ProfNsivaKumarsSuperannuation at Göttingen, who was working on human 6-phosphate receptors, and you want then back at subsequently we came methods to purify this nano 6-phosphate receptors, which did from gold, purify isoforms and antibodies for the idea is that then he could use these antibodies to actually trace evolutionary occurrence of these proteins. They like various life or animal and other kingdoms. Then visited was 1990. And during his stay, international lecture by Professor Rudiger, with whom also Shiv Kumar had done his postdoctoral studies soon after joining this university, or prior to that. And incidentally, there, his student, Uday Lakshmi, received the Best Poster Award. I am sure she is the person who received the Best Poster Award. So he soon started actually his pioneering studies on the evolution and the existence of nano 6-phosphate receptors across many living forms, from fish and many other forms. including birds, reptiles, amphibians. This incidentally Professor Von figure. And again, Shiv Kumar had a collaborative program with Professor Von Figura, supported by Volkswagen Foundation, and remarkably, it was funded for 2 terms. In most cases, most of these programs are typically funded only for 1 term, but because of the outstanding progress in the project, they were able to secure funding for the second phase also. And during this, he cloned the MPR 300 from cuckoo fish, as well as from this zebra fish, and actually characterized. However, his study identified the components of 6-phosphate and other products. The experiment has failed. You are getting negative result. But one of the remarkable characteristics of Shiva, who never been giving it up till he abandon a particular study, able to discover a counterpart of mannose-6-phosphate receptor proteins called lysosomal enzyme receptor proteins, LERP, in Drosophila. Interestingly, this protein has quite a lot of identity with MPR, but does not bind to mannose-6-phosphate receptor. And it is required in the flies and arthropods. All right. But I think, though that work, I don't know, myself don't work in this area, I think for the fast packaging and traffic, 6-phosphate receptor is a bit. Organisms, emergency role, very crucial role in such dispense receptor. Let me see. And have instead come up with a new protein for this particular function. Subsequently, he also spent some time in the laboratory of Professor Hofland, who was interested in bovine liver mannose-6-phosphate receptors, where he actually quantified these receptors under this remutation program and identified several important adapter proteins which facilitated actually the trafficking of mannose-6-phosphate containing lysosomal enzymes to lysosomes. So actually he has done a full spectrum of the story of lysosomal enzyme trafficking. Then actually he had a collaborative program with Professor Volker, and where he actually sequenced the starfish, alpha-fucosidase, and I think this marks his interest in the area of glycosides. This is the beginning of his interest in the area of glycosidases, which he has pursued later. And during a visit to Professor Kell, he actually cloned and studied MPR 46 from starfish. Professor Shivakumar has played a very important role in enriching teaching programs at the University of Hyderabad. You know, there are a large number of researchers, which includes me also, who have really not put in that much effort. I am happy with my research, and I'm like, while I have praised people like Perutz and Fisher and all that, I am crazy for publication. So actually I am, though old, but I'm like somewhat crazy in that sense. But Dr. Shivakumar is different. He has devoted a considerable part of his time in developing teaching program at the university, and for which he received this support between University of Munster and UGC, where this DFG funded this program, in which young researchers, PhD students, as well as postdocs could spend some time investigating problems of interest in glycobiology in the other collaborating laboratories across Germany and at University of Hyderabad. And this has also resulted in flurry of activity, giving rise to something like 50 publications. And as a matter of fact, when I visited DFG myself in one of the meetings in Berlin, I was told by the director of DFG about the great success of this program at the University of Hyderabad. Sorry? Okay. So in the end, I'd like to summarize. I have already stated, so I should not repeat that. Professor Shivakumar has really enriched the area of glycobiology, has contributed in an immense manner to the teaching and the academic ambience, especially, has established evolutionary relationship between the mannose-6-phosphate receptors in the various living forms. And as I already stated you, excepting insects and arthropods, this receptor protein occurs in practically all the members of the animal kingdom. And interestingly, his studies in his laboratory show that it is a very ancient protein, and it even exists in things like in animal forms such as jellyfish, hydra, etc. So he has published all through well about 50 papers in the area of lysosomal enzymes and their sorting receptors, has published several in nanoscience as well as in plant lectins, glycan structures, glycosidases, and the interactions between lectins and glycosidases, so on and so forth. And also organized, as I mentioned to you, a number of other teaching programs. For example, he organized the Gyan course in 2017, in which I also participated. Professor Van Figura attended that meeting and gave, he taught about, for a week, giving 10 lectures, foundational lectures. And I had again the privilege of meeting him at Hyderabad. I met him many times before, beginning in 1981 when I was in Calcutta. He was also a young assistant professor at that time. And during his various visits, you can see Shiv Kumar. He liked Shiv Kumar very much because of his passion for science, his hard-working nature, and his productivity. Germans are German. I don't think I will go to Germany so many times. So, with that, I say that, this for which he is one of the only person who had organized 2 conferences. One was organized in 2015-16, I think. I don't remember. Huh? Okay. So 2014 December, and another one which he had in 23, which I had the privilege of again attending. And during that time, you can see all the other participants, including Swami, Professor Farah, rather the distinguished ones. This brief presentation, I have tried to highlight as to what carbohydrate down Professor Shiv Kumar. Even he had an opportunity to switch, because he had worked with the top molecular biologist of the country, Professor Patna. That too before he could set up his lab. That he really has passion for what he likes. With this, I would like to thank you very much for your time. Kumar, for a very long, prosperous superannuation. In this connection, I just like to tell you simple anecdote. I have been visited many times, because first I retired director of National Institute of Human when I became 64. When I retired as a professor at the Institute of Science at the age of 67. That is 2000. When I became a fellow, okay, and honorary professor, then I retired in 2018. I became fellow, and then I retired on August in 2020. So I do consider myself dead or tired. Okay. put on any kind of mass around me. And so I don't think that retirement, I think it is the time when you can think something very different. Some of my best work, honestly, has come after official superannuation. Okay. You get my Bible. Okay. So what I mean to tell, there's lots of things to do after formal superannuation. And as a matter of fact, you should feel relieved because you are really not looking whether the departmental toilets are clean or not, what the visitor will feel, or not settling disputes between departmental staff or colleagues, or between sometimes students in the department, so on and so forth. So actually, I wish him all the best, and I am sure you have many more rewarding things to do in due course of time. Thank you very much.
At the outset, I'd like to thank Professor Surolaya Garu for accepting our invitation. Colleagues, and thank you all for coming this superannuation function of Kumar. I know him, Sivakumar Garu, during my PhD days, but I don't know his scientific journey. So thank you, Surolaya Garu, for his wonderful journey from almost 30. His department almost 37. A very long journey. Sir, we are really lucky to have you around, and we gain experience from you. And I don't know what to say, but emeritus professor, as Surolaya said, there is no retirement from the work. It is only formal retirement, and we wish to continue many more years in the department as emeritus or Serbu fellow or whatever in coming years. And I think that is useful for us to gain more knowledge. And one thing is, Surolaya said, self-free translation system that you established in Professor Padmanabhan Law. I was the one who established in Professor Ramaya Salam first time. So I have to take credit for that one. So, sir, one thing you forgot, sir, drives car very fast. So it treats speed breakers as well as potholes at the same. I don't know. We used to talk him a F1 form. So he has a lab place and his workplace is some other place. So he used to walk very fast from that place to this place. And every day I see him working at 7 p.m. As you said, Padmanabhan, Professor Sivar also used to work very late, and the students. And there is another professor, Sheshagiri, he is also interested in the lecture. Thank you, sir, for staying with us for this many years and giving us a lot of knowledge, experience, and we look forward to seeing you in many more years. Thank you once again. And with this, we will start our felicitation function. So I invite Professor Sivakumar Garu and Vijayalakshmi Garu onto the dais, please.
I invite the MSc students, Sayani and Shreyas onto the stage to play.
Next, I would like to send mementos on behalf of the Department of Biochemistry and facilitate sir and ma'am.
On the behalf of all the alumni, I would also like to invite Rao and all other rest of the stage to join the presentation. Please.
Next, I would like to invite Professor Anand Kondapi, sir, from Department of Biotechnology to please come up on the stage and felicitate sir and ma'am.
Next, I'd like to onto the stage, animal biology onto the stage. And bionest onto the stage. difficult time is important. And I'm sure Professor N. Sivakumar sir and Dr. Vijay Lakshmi ma'am has been each other's support system all these years. In order to honor this bond that they share, I would like to request Professor N. Sivakumar and Dr. Vijay Lakshmi to felicitate each other with a garland.
Close side go, man. Side this go. Side niti.
Shield pine. Fast, slow motion. Okay.
Such a So there is a surprise. Professor NSK sir who has also been his student to come on the stage and kindly tell us about that.
Professor Siv, respected faculty and dear students. Professor Sivakumar has enabled teams of many students who from humble backgrounds like me. Today we all came together and as his alumni, we wanted to leave a small legacy on his name. Sir, so to know what I would like to find the laser there. So we thought, though support has been priceless, we would like to pay a small gratitude in this form by instituting a best thesis, Professor N. Sivakumar in the life sciences, for recognizing outstanding contributions by the research scholars, and would innovate gold medal and cash prize will be supported by the corpus from the Professor alumni, labs alumni. So, on behalf of all of us.
Sir. Sir.
Kumar Tejavat, Nagendra Rao, Pavan Kumar Reddy, Marino, and I may have missed out some names. Please pardon me. So please accept this on our behalf. And we will follow whatever procedural, administrative procedures are there, and we will take approvals for this. Thank you.
So it's a matter of no astonishment that he has guided us and many students with his wisdom and humbleness. And also, his student and his colleagues are present throughout the globe and are reaching one or other success milestone. Some are not present here for this ceremony, so they have sent some messages and video recordings in honor of Professor Shiv Kumar, telling about their experiences.
Murali Krishnan. Me and Professor Shiv were born exactly 8 months apart at Krishna district, Andhra Pradesh. Under 3 headings. Education from first standard to intermediate was in Telangana, as my uncle, late Dr. N.V. Nagabhushanam Garu, served as Assistant Director of Health Sciences in undivided Andhra Pradesh government, and most of the time in Telangana region. He was disciplinarian, used to be afraid of his father, having difficulty to maintain the norms and standards which he used to set. He used to visit Machilipatnam from Telangana during his summer holiday, along with my aunt. We used to spend time and play marbles, caroms, and gilli danda with. He used to design marbles, whereas I used to heading immediate junior. My BSc in I went to Andhra University Chemistry, and Shiv Kumar followed me. Shiv Kumar, he scored late Dr. Rao's lab, 1981 February. Already there in CSIR CFTRI as a scientific assistant. Prior to his joining in CSIR CF in the same year, Shiv Kumar joined in IISc, MR, and worked as till 1986 August, and joined at in 1986 September. Our prospective PFs in 19. I continued my career in 2018 at the age of 60 years, of biochemistry, and as chief scientist. We have another similarity. Both elected as DBT overseas in 2008 and worked in Germany. Here in mentioning about Professor NSK's academics, as all of you are aware of his excellent academic credentials and awards that he is bestowed upon. I am very happy to share with you all that we ended our respective careers with professional satisfaction. Both of us were recognized as experts in our field, in our respective fields, as evident from peer-reviewed publications and awards. I rate Professor Shiv Kumar as highly disciplined, dedicated, committed researcher with outstanding teaching capabilities, which made him a very popular teacher and accomplished researcher with national and international repute. Third one, as brother-in-law. Marriages are made in heaven, people say. Professor Shiv Kumar married my sister Venkata Vijayalakshmi on March 14, 1986. And this time I followed him. I got married to Jayashree on March 25, 1986. His wife, Dr. Venkata Vijayalakshmi, my dearest sister, is a brilliant mathematician in the field in which me and Shiv Kumar cannot claim to be any experts. She topped in the BSc in her college and did her MSc in HCU and topped in MPhil entrance exam. Due to the unfortunate slip disc, could not continue her higher education but later did her PhD under the guidance of Professor C.P.R. Rao, who is also superannuating this month. Both Shiv Kumar and Vijay are more like very close friends, made for each other. All of you are aware of Professor Shivakumar's sons, Dr. N.V. Karthik and Dr. N. Sai Pranav's accomplishments. Both are IITians from Chennai and doing very well in their respective professions. His eldest daughter-in-law, Srimati Rupali Karthik, is postgraduate in law and acquired expertise in patent laws in Denmark. And last year gave birth to beautiful twin daughters, Adya and Veda. Few people in the world play their different roles to perfection. Professor Shivakumar adequately fits in that exceptional category as a caring son, son-in-law, lovable brother, brother-in-law, dedicated husband, loving and committed father, father-in-law, affectionate grandfather in his personal life, and with respect to his profession, he is par excellent, with the following virtues ever helping friends, colleagues, teacher, guide, HOD, Director of International Affairs, Dean and Administrator. He is superannuating today after an illustrious career, and we, me and my wife Jayashree, take this opportunity to wish him and his entire family 100 years of hale health, lives, great health, prosperity in all their respective endeavors, future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Madhumati and studied MSc Biochemistry at XU from 1999 to 2001. I'm very grateful to Shivkumar sir for his mentorship over the last 24 years. I have had my first research experience under his guidance. His passion for science inspired me very much to move to Germany for an integrated PhD program. This was a very important step in my scientific career and would not have been possible without Sir's support. I still remember how when for the first time I traveled out of work for me at Big Pharma research others also help. I would like च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धु सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव. Thank you.
Next, I'd like to invite the faculties who would like to extend their fond memories and wishes to Peter and Shivakumar onto the stage.
Professor Kumar for a very long time. Before I joined in University of Hyderabad, back in my SC Bangalore. So at that point, he is the person who told me that there is a position here. So that's how I got to know that there is a position coming up here, advertisement. Then I applied, I came here. From the first came to University of Hyderabad, I shared a bench with Dr. Shivkumar, myself, Ramaya, one table, two different chairs. So that's why, yes, 19 July. Association with him is excellent. It was fun working with him. All the best.
Sir.
షీల్డ్ కూడా పక్కన
Hello, Professor and all their relatives. Really, I don't know what to say, but the very first faculty member that I met in the University of Hyderabad is Professor Shivkumar. At that time, he was a lecturer there. I also joined as a lecturer. And Professor Superannuation asked me to share the lab with him, the 500 square feet, as Professor Settigaru was mentioning about it. Sitting there, whole life stuff. Because of his drive, he took me near the house in the township. We both went, analyzed the deal immediately, and very fortunately, we became very good family. Whenever I wanted to drive, and other things, I always take his help to go into the city, and we've been very good friends, and he is very honest, upright person. As you know, it's quite possible sometimes, particularly how your environment affects the genes and epigenetics, but your blood pressure can go up or down depending on with whom you're working. And as an administrator, I understand he's done extremely well because he took up the deanship after I completed and I got retired. And also he served as an international director for the School of International Studies, and is the first senior most professor. And he's been very cooperative with everybody, and he's a person who follows strictly the rule book. And there is a bit of difference between me and him. That is where I wanted to say also to the environment sometimes. I don't know, we both are brought up here, but I'm a little bit aggressive or assertive as somebody was pointing it out. And he's been very cool, calm and composed person, and he's extremely nice, and he has maintained a very good environment where the faculty are all, I could see, have no problems, and they went on very well with him. And I wanted to wish him and post-retirement life, and I'm sure he will also, as I have 4 years, and after my he will be with us in the company of the last 3 years. and also he became the dean later, and hopefully now he will join again. And I welcome you all to the retirees club of the Hyderabad. And Vijay Lakshmi Garu, thank you very much for all that to my wife, children. She's the best teacher, by the way, and she teaches with her, including my own children. They learn something from her, and both of them are very good, and I wanted to thank them for all their help or whatever you say, as a neighbor, and thank you. Happy, healthy post-retirement. Thank you.
Professor Shivakumar Garu, Vijay Lakshmi Garu, faculty colleagues, our special guest Professor Surelia, and family members, alumni who have worked with Professor Shivakumar, and invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special day for all of us, of course for Professor a colleague with whom associations among who are in service. Anand among those who are in service, I am the one who has been with him for long, and very pleasant things we had all these little over 3 decades that we served the School of Life Sciences, both on academic side, administrative side, and also had an opportunity to share some of the things about family. That's where we have been, our journey has been very special that way, not only simply as a faculty in the department in the school. We started in the School of Life Sciences. Of course, now we are in the department. That's a different story. As in the School of Life Sciences, when we started this journey, he had to go to biochemistry, and I went to plant sciences. Later on, for so many things, we have been working together, and most of the things actually Professor Surelia has very nicely narrated to us about the research accomplishments of Professor Shivakumar, and most of them, if you have noticed, wonderful collaborations through most of them again as pointed out by Professor Surelia, through German research collaborations. Although he had other collaborations, both from Institute of Science and other places, majority of it has come from German collaborations. One of the areas where we were very closely working was the topic which was mentioned, International Research and Training Group on Molecular and Cellular Glycoscience, a time where we really the benefit of expertise in glycology and his exposure to German academic institutions by and large. Really helped us to, when we had him as the person from Indian side, from India, that is, was his designation, spoke from Indian side, and where Bruno was the collaborator, spokesperson from German side. This IRT was one of the success where several of us, life sciences, and good number of faculty from School of Chemistry joined hands. Also, we have other collaborators from University, some from CCF for the Indian side. All of us really really program where Professor Surolia has rightly shown almost 50 publications, joint publications between Indian University of Hyderabad and the German institutions have come. That's a real big number, and that's rated as one of the successful programs by DFG also. So later they have realized how successful it has been, and with all those publications that have come. And our university got recognition. I can tell you honestly, our university got recognition as collaborating for good scores for collaboration with international laboratories for the good publications that have come from that particular project. So that's one of the major contributions, in my opinion, Professor Shivakumar has made during that period. And always he is meticulous. When there is I will not use any other word. Anything that he does meticulously. He has the habit of noting down the things, putting them straight, making them everything will be crystal clear. He will write it down, and then people will be able to understand without any confusion about what is to be done tomorrow, what is to be done after tomorrow, and who has to do what. That's the level to which he goes down and puts the things, and that's where I could say that program was highly successful. There was another one which was also mentioned, because obviously I cannot bring something new what has not been talked about by Professor Surolia. Another program, very special program that we had, that was I'm sure as a fellow. Program at university. That's a very special thing. Nobody else, no other university don't believe it. There can be a program of that supported by that. That was for several years actually. School of Life Science, and some of them also went to School of Chemistry. Master works. That was a interesting and specialized program, and which was run even after the DARD has supported for several years, and after that also they continued to send the students to come because it was so popular. This for this project works on their own. I always they don't see his face, they will not be able to differentiate. He speaks like a German. His language is like that. So we used to really have the benefit of his knowledge in glycoscience and glycobiology in general, and then the German familiarity with the language and the place, everything really helped us to run those two programs successfully. When there are a couple of things that I can also share. I wanted to, when I was Vice Chancellor for that, for whatever that period, during that period he was holding the office of Head of the Department of Biochemistry. I wanted to identify some departments who can be shown as model departments, where the things are done very, very well as per the prescribed procedures and managed very well. And not just because he is my friend I have identified. The biochemistry department and anthropology department were the two departments identified for that time, at that time, to make a presentation at university level as to how to run a department. What are the things that one should be careful about, and how to make it an effective administration. That's how I have a great admiration for the way in which he does his things. And that's not just because we have been friends, but since he has done it very well, I used to admire it from my heart of the hearts. And the last two things that I can mention is my real benefit that we got, this university has got, was when he was appointed as the director of the Office of the International Affairs. With all the experience under his belt, he has done a marvelous job as Director of International Affairs. I don't think, I have not seen another director before him, and I'm not too sure whether I will be able to see another director after him who can match to the able to invite several guests to the university. So many things happened, and all the credit I would again say should go to Professor Sivakumar for his meticulous planning. All that he has done, these are all the silent contributions that he has made to the University of Hyderabad, and that's where I was happy this year, when he was selected for the Fulbright academic seminar. I was so happy, that a person of this kind should also be attending that Fulbright academic seminar, and that 1.5 months back he was there in the US to attending that that particular seminar series. Lastly, I would like to mention about my maybe association with Madam also, Professor Ramaya said, and others, there is a brief mention also. She is a very nice person. I have interacted with her in the last maybe 20 years, more of it in the last 20 years, may not be in the early years of my career. In these 20 years, I have seen her such a nice person. And what has been told by Professor Ramaya, she's an excellent teacher. And that's where I'm sure and not to take away the credit from the children, now, I would give most of the credit that these two boys have gone to IIT, and others, neighbors have gone to IITs. The credit should go to her for the training that she has given in mathematics and related things. And when during my tenure as Vice Chancellor, I was so happy to see that she was submitting her thesis with C.R. Rao in Computer Information Science School. And I was not able to understand completely, like Murali Krishna has mentioned, her brother, like Murali Krishna mentioned, we may not be able to understand 100% of what she has done, but we definitely know what she has done was a very good thing, and we could appreciate that much. And with that, she has got her PhD in 2017, sometime 2018-17, somewhere she has obtained her PhD. I was so happy on that day when she said, I have submitted, and I used to get update also about that, and I was so happy, madam, with that, that you have been a proud alumnus of University of Hyderabad, both at MSc and then at PhD level. With this kind of an association with them, and I know that he is going to continue, and we are not going to miss him. I will see him tomorrow, day after tomorrow also, like the same way what I used to see him in 1989, so there is no problem. We are not going to miss him. What we will miss is the silent way in which he can do the jobs, administrative jobs that have been assigned to him, and that we will be missing. And maybe each one has its own time, and that time is over. Now he will contribute in a different form to the School of Life Sciences and to the University of Hyderabad. On this particular occasion, I only pray and wish that Professor Sivakumar and Vijayalakshmi Garu, both of them, longer, happier, healthy, and same joyfully like living part, and the remaining Kumar, Professor Dr. about meeting was I was and visit that laboratory for a month, and and met Dr. Kumar, who was working there, and he said, "Okay, no problem, just come and stay in my room." So we just became good friends from that day, and I learned several techniques. As Professor Suroja mentioned, Dr. Rajagopal Rao was a very rigorous scientist. Anything that you do, you have to do triplicates minimum to show that it is reproducible and consistent. So this is the kind of rigorous training he imparted on Dr. Shivakumar, and he taught me about that. And he also narrated an incident that in one experiment, after doing 3 times, in the 4th one he made a mistake. Some sample was not correct or something, he didn't get the same result. So he had to do a whole set of another 4 or 5 samples. Okay. So this is the kind of training he has also imparted on his own students. And Professor Suroja was equally rigorous. We had to do every experiment many times. So starting with 1981, my association with Dr. Shivakumar grew with time. Of course, after he completed his PhD, he spent some time in IISc working with Professor M.R.S. Rao and Professor Padmanabhan. And during that time, we had good interaction. Subsequently, I went for my postdoc in US, followed by a postdoc in Germany. But Professor Shivakumar, he had joined University of Hyderabad. And sometime in 1992, I think, my sister, Mrs. Nagalakshmi, who is here, who is a good friend of Vijayalakshmi Garu, because they were roommates in the hostel doing MSc here. Vijayalakshmi was doing MSc in mathematics, Nagalakshmi was doing MSc in chemistry. And they were good friends too. And so she collected the applications for the faculty position for University of Hyderabad and sent me 2 applications. And I was wondering why 2 applications, but the advertisement showed that there are positions in chemistry and life science. So I applied for both. Life science didn't call me for an interview, but chemistry called. So I joined chemistry. And again, when I came here for the interview, it was Dr. Shivakumar who received me in the campus, took me to his home in the evening, and after seeing his house, I said, maybe I should buy something nearby. And it so happened that out of the 5 or 6 houses, there was one house next to his house, one behind his house, both were for sale. Then I inquired, the person next to his house, actually he got the house for rent for me. He made the arrangement so that we could stay in the next house. I thought I will buy that house, but the next time when I met the house owner, he said he is not willing to sell. So I bought the house behind his house. So we were backdoor neighbors. So that started in 1993, our long-term friendship of family level. So as Professor Apparao Garu said, Mrs. Vijayalakshmi is an excellent teacher of mathematics, and she taught many children, including their 2 children and our 2 children. And all 4 of them went to IIT Madras. So what you said is correct, sir. Her training has played an important role, very important role in their performance in IIT, or their liking and interest in mathematics, and their ability is properly nurtured and brought up in her training. Okay, so I spoke more about Mrs. Vijayalakshmi, but I should say more about Shivakumar Garu because it is his day, right? But they are one and the same. So, well, in 1994, I wanted to start my laboratory in 93 actually. There was no funding. The Dean of Chemistry I found to buy a few glassware items and nothing else. So I started writing research. A small grant of 2.1 lakhs was in the following year. So Shivakumar, 2-3 days. Got a few papers. It would be published probably
I'm very much wanted. Okay, so well, his academic accomplishments, achievements, awards, and international collaborations are all mentioned. But above all, I must say that he is an extraordinarily humble, simple, hardworking, straightforward, upright person who knows everything about the rule positions in the university. Anything I have a doubt about rule position, I call him first thing, and he tells me this is how you should do this. This is what the rule says. So that advice is something which has been very valuable to me. And with these few words, I would like to wish Professor Sivakumar and Dr. Vijayalakshmi very happy, healthy, and long life, and along with their children, grandchildren, a joyous and relaxed future. Thank you.
Good evening to all. I am a plant science person, and Sivakumar was my friend for almost 20-25 years. I don't want to inflate again. After too much of inflation with science, many people have talked, and he has to deflate himself only when he talks back. Otherwise, I think he is already inflated. Many people talked about his academic accomplishments, personal friendship, real estate, house buying, back door, front door, everything is over. So, for me, Sivakumar, I think Swami used almost all adjectives except his cool temperament. I only think that I can talk about that. He is very cool and very calm. I don't know what type of temperament his wife has given to him. I think all these years, I think the remote control is with his wife. He never talks. Madam, I think you are a computer PhD right now. Give back the control to him. Don't have any remote control for his talking. Whatever it is, but remote is with you. I still remember, I am surprised. He returned from Germany, and I was in the corridor. I said, "How are you?" He said, "Fine." One word. Then I said, "How was your trip?" "How was your trip?" My question was 4 letters, 4 words, and he said, "Good." And after that, nothing. He was just standing, I was also standing. It was so embarrassing whether I can continue further or whether he will answer further. So always, I think all my colleagues will accept that he talks too little, and he is a good researcher, good administrator and everything, but he is very cool and calm. That's what many of us have to learn from him, how to be cool. And at least from now onwards, I think your wife cannot keep quiet, and you may have to do a lot of talking also. So start talking, more talking, and start talking to your friends even after retirement. I just wish you very good life post-retirement. As many people said that you will also be here. Wish you good luck and wish you a very happy and healthy life in future. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. I really feel happy to express my feelings and experiences with about my colleague Professor Sivakumar sir. It has always been a wonderful experience talking and interacting with him. I know him ever since I joined in this department in the university. And I have observed him to be a great researcher, great teacher, and a great administrator. It's a rare combination of all these three. Above all these three, I would say that he is one of the finest human beings I have ever seen in my life. really it's coming from my heart. Although most of it has already been expressed by Professor Surolia sir and my beloved colleagues, I would like to really say that it's very balanced, very simple, kind-hearted, and always respects each and everyone, irrespective of their position. I'm sure everyone will agree that he is easily approachable and is very lovable nature. And really, there are occasions which have touched my heart. One, because scientific journey, most of it is already been expressed. I don't want to say, definitely has contributed a lot, worked for the growth of the department, worked for the growth of the school at the university level. He served as a director and brought lot of recognition to the university. As rightly expressed by Professor Apparao sir, I think it made a mark. It made a big difference for the university. So he stands as an example of a faculty who has done something for the university. And it has been a long service that he has rendered to the university, which really deserves appreciation. And I'm a small person to say anything big about him. And some of the incidents I would like to share. I had the rare opportunity to visit France in Indo-French International Symposium, where we had to sign an MOU for scientific collaborations. And I would say that he took utmost care of each and everyone. Everyone who has attended along with Apparao sir and MJ sir and many of my colleagues, Sharada, everyone was taken care of it. Every aspect he took care and made it a very meaningful and a productive trip. There are incidents or situations which have touched my heart. It remains a memory in my life, particularly the trip that I had to France. Academically, it is memorable. Personally, also, it was memorable because, if at all, within a short time, I had to visit Eiffel Tower. It is because of the push he has given and Professor Apparao sir given. Myself and Irfan always remember that in life. And other things, he had served as UGC SAP coordinator, as head of the department. There were certain occasions where I used to take his advices for that, and always is ready to give any advices whenever anyone approaches. And he has made profound contributions in the field of glycobiology, and for that he's gained popularity in the scientific community. He has guided several students, PhD students, and also postdoctoral students for their research programs, which made a difference in their career. Very rarely we find such people, such colleagues. We are all fortunate to have you in the department, sir. And there are occasions where I interacted with Madam, Vijayalakshmi Madam, for personal reasons. She's so friendly, lovable. And really, sir, and Madam, I would say that they are made for each other. And I pray God to give you a wonderful, peaceful, healthy life. I know you will be continuing post-retirement, and I wish central government uses your services in different capacities for enriching the scientific excellence. I wish you all the best. Thank you, sir.
Good evening, you all. Very good evening, you all. Professor Surolia and my senior colleagues here, and also all the students and relatives and friends, and some of my batchmates also here. So very good evening, all of you. I had a very good long association with Professor Shivakumar garu. You may wonder that we shared one lab also. Hope you remember in 1990s, Professor Mohanachari was my supervisor. That time he used to share the lab in which I was the research scholar. So during those days, he used to come and silently he works. Very silently he works, and he does works very systematically. So we used to observe him actually, though we could not talk to him because he was a teacher and we were students, but he used to do so. He used to work independently even without students also. That was his research tempo. And I think this is lacking in most of the people right now and our students. We should inculcate such a kind of habit, in fact. So, and also the other one is we all went to Muni with a group. I think most of our faculty also there. Professor Apparagar and we all went that group. That time when we were talking and he wants to go out, and just we saw that he was talking to a German person in a German language, like a local. And then I really surprised. Knowing foreign language is a little bit is fine, but talking in a local dialect and all. So he's the man of several good qualities, and he's a very silently he keep working, and he's a good administrator. Whatever he has given the assignment, he used to work very systematically. And the students of German students, they used to visit maybe before Corona. They used to come to the labs and they work for some time. I think that is behind his hard work actually. So he knows several languages. As a neuroscientist, I can say that those who can speak more than 3 languages, they will not get Alzheimer's disease. And also they live longer. So with these few words, I wish, I pray God, he will get both of them, Madam and Sir, they will have the very good life and active and healthy life, and still he will be active scientifically. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, we are having a small tea break, and we will meet after 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
గౌతమ్ చెప్పబా లేదేం చెప్ప చూసినా కదా నేను చెప్తాను నీకు సాయంత్రం చేస్తాను
ఇదే నెంబరే ఇక్కడ వల్ల జనాలు రెండు ఉన్నాయి నేను మీటింగ్లో ఉంటే స్విచ్ ఆఫ్ పెట్టాను. ఫోన్ నెంబర్ ఇంటికి నువ్వే చేసావా ఫోను? రెండు నెంబర్లు ఇంటికి చేసావా? ఇదే నెంబరా ఫోన్? అదే రెండు మిస్ కాల్ వచ్చినాయి అట్లా. సరే సరే.
I hope everyone enjoyed the tea. We are going to continue the event. So I'm going to invite the faculties who are left to share their experience onto the stage.
Respected Surelia Garu, that faculty colleagues, students, Shivakumar Garu. So before tea time, all of them has shared their experiences, but I want to show my gratitude to sir in a different way. Sir, I am student of 87 to 89 batch MSc Biochemistry. So he taught us intermediary metabolism. All of you know very well that intermediary metabolism is all metabolic pathways. So from top to bottom of the board, he used to write big pathways. But he made the pathways very easy, because you can imagine a student coming from bachelor's and it is a big transition stage, learning so much big pathways. So he made the pathways very easy and enhanced our interest in biochemistry. We thank you, sir, for giving such a nice lectures. And another important thing what we used to see, sir, is whenever we have time or doing practicals, everybody, all the students used to be in the same area, no? Labs and all. So we used to watch him going in and out of the cold room several times with test tubes. We used to think, sir is going inside, coming out, inside, coming out. Then, later we realized he purify the proteins and he collect the different fractions after we heard about lectures related to the purification. So that is a wonderful experience. As a student, we have learned, and we thank you very much, sir. I am sure that all the students must have got inspired by his seeing him personally working in the labs. And I am sure today's students also still having that inspiration, and they carry this to their next generations. Thank you, sir. Once again, wish you all success. So this is an informal one. We will be happy to see you. I wish sir and madam, both of you, a happy, healthier life. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. Professor Surelia Garu, Professor Apparao Garu, Shivakumar Garu. At this stage, what I want to speak about Shivakumar, I have known Shivakumar right from his PhD days. it so happened that we met, perhaps if I remember properly, in an SBCI meeting. We met and he was presenting some poster. We were interacting on that. But subsequently, when I came to know that my senior, my supervisor, Professor Kannan, who joined as a scientist in CCMB, happened to be from the same laboratory where Sivakumar did his PhD. So Kannan was a senior to Sivakumar in Professor Rajagopal's lab. So it so happened that I have the connection from Rajagopal's grand student kind, So Kannan taught me, in those days, if we have to identify the protein structure, we don't have any equipment, we don't have any facilities. We used to do manual methods of protein sequencing, which is very tough job. We have to separate all the 20 amino acids on two-dimensional TLC and then do an Edman degradation chemistry. Coupled with that, we have to first run standards and find the RF values and then identify the individual residues. That is how we used to do N-terminal analysis. And subsequently, we have established automated amino acid analyzer. After another 4 or 5 years later, maybe in 90s, we established the automated protein sequencer. It took almost that much time to establish those. And my friendship with Sivakumar continued because he was working even though he is working on glycobiology, he would like to interact with me for the amino acid analysis or N-terminal sequencing. Such kind of work, we used to work together at that time. He used to get the samples. Subsequently, after he became faculty in University of Hyderabad, his students used to come to my lab and then work. That is how our friendship continued. And during all this journey, what I noticed is a very cool and calm person and execute the work in a very dedicated manner. At the same time, he looks after and takes care of the students, not only just teaching and excelling in what he does, mentoring them and then trying to see that they excel in their own respective ways. This is a real guru, what a guru means. So I really appreciate his efforts in what he has been doing. And subsequent to my superannuation in CCMB, Dr. Rakesh Mishra has helped me to continue as a visiting scientist for 1 more year because I have to complete my academic work, whatever papers writing, and then finishing the students who they have to submit their theses. And then it so suddenly happened that for my last student, Professor Dayananda came as an examiner. That was the first interaction with me with Dayananda. And after reading the thesis, Dayananda felt that maybe my services will be useful in the university. And I thank Professor Apparao for facilitating the process. And I am able to come here and work here as a visiting faculty all these 3 years. And I have a much more close interaction with Sivakumar also during this period. And with Sivakumar, I have published some papers also. So that is the kind of association that I have with him. And I wish him all the best in his future. Both Vijayalakshmi Garu and Sivakumar Garu and their family, and including their grandchildren, a happy, healthy and wealthy life in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Good evening, sir. Kumar sir, all my senior colleagues here. Well, I was the youngest faculty there at biochemistry for a long time. I immensely thank Professor Kumar. We usually call him NSK, as you see the three-title word NSK. So NSK sir, I joined in the term of during his headship at biochemistry. Before that, he facilitated me we had my talk, arranged my talk. Then the first 2 years, I was much fortunate that I had a chance to interact with him extensively. He hosted my lab and facilitated my setting up the lab. After that, he took me to different conferences, especially he took me to the conference Trendies, so he facilitated my stay here. Thank you very much, sir. After that, I had less interaction with him. I was getting busier, so my lab got changed from his ISIL to another ISIL, but I had very less interaction. Thank you so much for facilitating my stay here, sir. Since I joined with you, so everything, you helped me out of the way. So helped me setting up the lab in quick time, getting funds from my MIM grants. Thank you so much. Actually, in the beginning, we visited all biochemistry faculty. We visited a photo with both you couples, sir, you and Vijayalakshmi madam. Can I request all biochemistry faculty just to come to the center so that we can have a quick then Professor Krishnaveni will resume addressing the gathering. Please, Dr. Akif, Ramaya sir, Dr. Suresh. Yeah, very good. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
మీరు మిస్సారు ఫోటోలో
I think a lot has been said about Professor Shivakumar, so I'll simply say ditto to many of the things that everybody said and that I agree with. I just realized today Professor Shivakumar and I met the same interview panel. He was interviewing for promotion to professor and I was interviewing to be a lecturer, and then we got in. So in many ways, in his professorship at that time, I also joined the department. He has always been a very calm presence in the department, very quiet, and listens to everything very carefully and gives you advice in the end, like especially with respect to how to follow rules and paperwork. He has been a great help throughout, and also he listens a lot in the meeting and speaks less, but when he speaks something, it's something that everybody has to listen to. Unfortunately, it's a trait that I have not picked up, but I should, and listen more and talk less in meetings. And Dr. Vijayalakshmi also has been very inspirational as Sharmishta, and I used to always say how she came back after all that, did her PhD. Many times we used to meet her during her PhD and later her project work also. And I found that extremely inspirational. After sending her kids, she said, now I'm free. I want to pursue my interest. She came, she did all her work, and then she completed. She was so happy when she finished her project successfully. And I really admire that she came back with so much interest and did everything. So I wish both of you a very successful, cheerful, joyful retirement. And hopefully you will be able to do everything that you wanted to do till now and in a peaceful manner. And good luck to both of you.
Good evening, everyone. As many of you spoke about many aspects of Professor Shivakumar, I would like to bring only one aspect which is a little different from others. So he always used to think for the benefit of the students. So what happened was, when he was the head, I think many of the master students approached him for introducing a course which is a developmental biology course, which was an important part of the CSIR exam. And he was so kind that he took it up and he arranged Dr. Surendra from Agarkar Institute in order to initiate the course. And further, this course was transferred to me, which currently I am taking since then. And many students were benefited from this. And so So I feel very happy when students come back to me and say that, there were many questions from developmental biology component in the exam and they could crack the exam because some of these courses really helped them. So with this, I would like to congratulate Professor Shivakumar for his superannuation and wish him good health and happy life. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody. I have done my. I met Professor Shivakumar when I joined biochemistry department for my master's degree here. I mean, first, he registered me in his mind after our freshers party because I read a poem, and Professor Appa Rao and Professor Shivakumar were there for the freshers party. So in that I don't know how I wrote that poem. It was a Telugu poem. I wrote for 3 pages of Telugu poem. It was just on Kavita. The name itself was on Kavita. It was having dual meaning. I mean, like Kavita means a girl, Kavita means a poem also in that context. So I managed to justify both. People who want to assume it as Kavita, they can read it as Kavita. I mean, who can think it as a girl's name, they can also understand it in that. So somehow he liked that, and he mentioned it in class the next day, and he called me while calling attendance. He called my name as Kavita. So then I was a very passionate student, and I was very much interested. He still says I keep asking a lot of questions. And whenever he introduces me to the people, this is the guy who keeps asking he used to ask me a lot of questions. And even now, I didn't stop it, I think. I keep asking questions. Sir, one thing, I mean, like all your scientific merits and academic achievements have been talked about. But there is something that I have really admired, that like the kind of balance you strike in your work and in family. So that is very, very difficult to do today as a father and having a family. I understand this is a very, very tough job to do, and I really admire how you have achieved this delicate balance so meticulously. And I always think of it, and today I am saying you from here, and you may have noticed, like, though I have known you for a long time, I have met you outside when you are visiting your Indian also. So I have come to you for a very less number of times for the advices. So I have come to you for a less number of times for the advices. There is nothing, I mean, no disrespect in it, sir, because I respect you more. That's why I didn't come to you, because everybody, Professor Appara, all your colleagues, contemporaries said, if they want to know the rule position, they'll call you. So you are like complete rules person, and something has to be done in XYZ fashion. So somehow I think about rules, why some rule is existing there. I keep thinking why some rule is existing there, and I keep asking why it should be there when it doesn't make sense. So when I take some advice from you, if I don't follow you, it will be a disrespect from my point of view. So I have, I mean, you may have noticed that I have not come to you many times, but I have immense respect for everything I have learned from you, and the way you treat all the students as an extended family. Like I remembered when I got the job, I received a phone call from Vijay Lakshmi ma'am. She was very happy, like as if her own son got a job in the Central University. So that is something that comes from pure love towards other people, and something I would like to, that is something that inspires me. and many of the alumni also share the same feeling. They also have the same experiences. And once they join you, the relation doesn't end there. It follows us everywhere. Like we can see, there was a photograph of you. People may have noticed he was in that lab coat, and that was taken in Harvard Medical School, Boston, because he visited one of the former students and he visited their facilities. You may have seen that photograph. So it comes everywhere. I mean, wherever you go, the association never ends. So thank you, sir, for giving. These are not directly told, but the way you live, you pass on these values to the students. And thank you very much for all your support. Because when I joined this university, I did not know the difference between visa and passport, I tell you. But I was a very passionate student, and whatever is the best, I wanted to get my education from there. That was my goal. And joining university at that time, University of Hyderabad, was a compromise for me, because I didn't want to waste another year aspiring for IAC or TAFR for masters. So there was no scope for me to study at my home. I came here, but I saw the dedicated teachers like you, and I continued. And when I heard that there is a Max Planck Institute, people are doing wonderful research. When I was doing summer internship in IAC, somebody was speaking on my back while having coffee. Then I saw those institutions. Then somehow I got into those institutions, and that was also there was strong support from your end also for achieving that. So after some time in my life, in our lives, enabling others' dreams is the most precious and valuable thing that anybody can do. So you have enabled the dreams of so many students, and that made a really huge mark on those students' lives. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, madam.
Now I would like to invite Shivakumar sir's son Pranav to share a few words.
I won't take much time. Thank you for even giving me the opportunity to speak, because honestly, I know Professor Sivakumar as Dad, Nana, my first guru, next to my mother, and everyone has spoken about his passion for teaching, his research contributions, his administrative impact. 37 years I have been along the ride for the last 24. This is the first 30. I was busy being born. And I'd instead like to take this opportunity to speak a few words of gratitude and dedication to both my parents. Not just my father, because I can't speak about just my father. I can't speak about one without speaking about the other. So I feel like I'm very thankful to have been born into this family, to you both. Because I am having this moment where my brother has been blessed with 2 kids of his own, and I'm seeing them grow up, and it's a real skill to spot and inculcate a curiosity in a child, to actually enable a child to discover the beauty in these concepts, through cutting across science, spirituality, religion, maths, arts, literature, culture. I think I have been given a holistic and complete education by my parents, and you were instrumental in that, Dad, and I'm very thankful for that. You were also a caring, kind, and righteous father. I've written down, I barely had any notes here actually, I just wrote down bullet points, all of this off the top of my head. And I still remember that one of the biggest gifts you have given me, which played in the video that you've all seen earlier, is that through the stresses and pressures and ups and downs of life, my father always faces them with a song and a smile. what I like to say. And he has blessed me with that. It's something that I take with me every day. I always have some music playing in my head. I think some of my memorable experiences in the city were stuck in traffic jams while he was driving and singing in the car. Can't believe I got to say that statement in a life in a big city, right? And lastly, you've been a great role model. You have set a great example. Some things I try to live up to, but I can't. I wish I could get up at 6 a.m. like you every day. I need to sleep on time for that. I understand that. But joking aside, the way that you compose yourself, the way that you carry yourself, how you blend your scientific pursuit with your devotion to spirituality and even higher truths beyond science, it's very inspiring to me, and it's been a big part of my journey as well. We are a big movie family, so I have to close with a quote. I was thinking of maybe a quote from a Mahesh Babu film, but I was reminded of this quote from Chiranjeevi. I'm not sure which movie it is. But he says that when I help you, don't say thank you. Instead, go out and help 3 people and ask them to help 3 people. And that way we change the world. I think your work and career have been a testament to that. And if I do any good in this world, if I have any positive impact, it is due to you and how you have raised me. So, hearty congratulations on your retirement, and I wish you a happy, healthy, retired life. Do travel the world as you always do, and maybe take me along sometime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I would like to call Dr. Vani, student of Life Sciences and friend of Sivakumar sir, to come up on the stage and say a few words.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so fortunate to be here today and seeing Sivakumar, seeing all his growth, both Vijay Lakshmi and Sivakumar. I feel scientists and teachers should never get a retirement. It's only a retirement for his duties and administrative responsibilities. We always need your knowledge for the department, because I started in this department when he started his career. But in '96 I left the country, but we are still interacting with each other. I know all his success, and we are very good family friends. And my husband would love to see both of you, and I videotaped everything for him to see this. All the best for you, for your family, Dr. Sivakumar and Dr. Vijay Lakshmi.
Hi, Dad.
Good evening to all. So I have a long association, almost 10 years along with Dr. Kumar in our department, and everyone has said many qualities. One quality I noticed that I have never seen him being aggressive for any point in a meeting. And whenever anything goes which is not very easy in his mind, he keeps his head down, and then silently he listens. So this is a quality which I have noticed. One of the things which I added here. With this, I say congratulations for retired life and all the best, and have a good life ahead. Thank you very much.
Good evening, all. Every good thing comes to an end. Dr. Sivakumar, I know him since 2015 when I joined. A lot has been said about him. When I joined, I was a new faculty and I was looking for house, looking for schools for my kids, looking for hospital for my family. And despite he was senior and head of the department, and he helped me in personal as well as in professional life, whenever, like others said, whenever there was a rule position or whenever there was any requirement, I always could reach him actually. That is the thing. Despite his seniority, he has never shown that, and he was always very kind, nice, down-to-earth person actually. I congratulate sir for completing almost 4 decades of service, dedicated service to the department, to our department. And I would like to wish both sir and madam a very long, healthy and happy life, post-retirement life. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, my name is Suresh. It is a genuine pleasure and honor for me to speak about Professor Shiv Kumar on the occasion of his Superannuation Day. I feel incredibly fortunate to have been part of his scientific, professional and personal journey. My association with him commenced back in 1999 when I joined as a PhD student immediately after completing my master's degree. Those days still stand vividly in my memory. We did not just work as a student and supervisor, but as friends collaborating in the lab. There are numerous instances that come to my mind, like waking up at the crack of the dawn and heading to the Linnapolis house to get goat liver tissue. We even caught garden lizards on the campus for liver tissue. In our pursuit of growing the cell lines, we traveled to the RTC crossroads many times to get CO2 cylinders. Our achievements including cloning the MPRs for the first time in the lab and identifying its functional domains for lysosomal enzyme trafficking. It was exciting to be the first to demonstrate that non-mammal MPRs can bind to the IGF-1. I owe who I am today, both personally and professionally, to my mentor, Professor Shiv Kumar, and his invaluable guidance. Thank you, sir. I wholeheartedly wish him a retirement filled with success, happiness, and good health. Thank you once again for granting me this opportunity to express my gratitude. Thank you one and all. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Hello sir. Hello everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to say a few words. I've known sir since 1992. I did my master's in biochemistry, then MPhil and PhD under his mentorship. I'm his second PhD student. My name is Udaya Yeramalla. Sir is very kind, compassionate, hardworking. He's very good in identifying potential in his students and would encourage them to do their best. I was very fortunate to go to Germany as a DAD fellow because of his encouragement. And he sent many of his students to Germany after that. Sir treats all his students as his own extended family. I wish him good luck, happy retirement, and I hope he gets to spend more time with his family now. Good luck. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Praveen Amancha. I did my master's degree in biochemistry department, later on continued to PhD from 2004 to 2009 in Professor Shiv Kumar's lab. He is an excellent teacher and a great mentor, and I'm very fortunate to have worked with him in his lab. He is a kind of a person who is always ready to roll his sleeves up to get the work done and never hesitated to use his own resources for the sake of research. I extend my deep wishes for a fulfilling retirement and hope to see him author an academic book in near future. Good luck, sir.
Hello everyone, hello sir. This is Mahati, and I have done my master's dissertation in NSK Sir's lab and graduated last year. So I was among the last master students to be trained by Sir in his lab. So I was like really privileged that I have got to learn a lot of things from the scratch, directly from Sir, like using a weighing balance or making a buffer to do a Western blot or making a gel filtration column, etc. Like everything Sir has taught to me by himself. So I really look back to those days, and he has a very different style of mentoring. And needless to say, he's a very humble and a modest person, and he's been supportive of me like throughout and also post my training with him. So, and I remember the initial classes that he has taken for us as when we came to the university as master students, the classes on the carbohydrate and the amino acid metabolism, where Sir was writing all the mechanisms and the pathways like with structures on the board, and he never used a single reference, like he didn't have a phone or a paper or anything, and he has all these structures of various molecules like on his fingertips, which really blew my mind and really inspired me a lot. From that first very day, Sir has always been an inspiration for me till today, throughout the master's journey, and now when I'm doing my PhD, Sir has always been an inspiration and will always be. Sir, congratulations on your successful academic journey and all the very best. I could not have asked for more.
Dear Sir, the unparalleled dedication with which you performed your job all these years deserve a huge round of applause. I've always admired your discipline, pursuance, and innovative thoughts to accomplish research goals with limited resources. You have embraced simplicity and geniality throughout your professional career, which had a tremendous impact on your trainees and boosted your productivity. I still remember the long and extensive scientific discussion with your trainees in the hallway. Your contributions to lysosomal biology are invaluable. We are benefited a lot through your well-structured biochemistry and metabolism classes. I have been leveraging the strong foundation you have provided to us and targeting lysosomal biology in complex neurodegenerative diseases in Genentech Roche. We all hold high respect for your passion and commitment to science. You have set up high standards through your impeccable record in training world-class scientists and immense support you have provided to trainees or students. Well done, sir. May you have fun and bright new chapter ahead of you. Happy retirement, sir. Respectfully, Srihari Kalvakuri. Dear Sir, I am ever grateful to your continuous guidance from my days in university through PhD and later the continuous interaction is a testament to the value I place to this relation. This was made possible only because of your gentle and humble nature, the ability to silently listen to your students, understand their concerns, and then speak softly yet reassuringly to allow me to open up to you over time. And I can confidently say that it has been a great help in my studies and beyond. With age, I realize that there are not many people who can wholeheartedly wish well for others, but I can confidently say that NSK Sir is one of the very few people who has always wished me the best. Time has a queer nature, flies by on most occasions, but stands still for the important ones. To this day, I vividly remember the times you would give me rides as you would spot me walking to the class from the main gate, the first experiment, paper chromatography, we performed, the first class on carbohydrates, and the anticipation of getting into NSK lab for master's thesis, most sought after position by the students, not to mention the peer pressure to clear JRF because you are from NSK lab. Words are not enough to thank him, and I feel blessed to have known a person of your intellect and compassion.
Hi Dad, many congrats on reaching a new milestone. For as long as I remember, our life has been intertwined with the beautiful UOH campus. I remember so many times waiting in your lab and interacting with your students. I remember you teaching me biology in your office for my 10th standard exams. I also fondly remember being a standing rider on our kinetic Honda and going to get samples for your research and eating popcorn along the way. A lot of people might stop in their tracks after retirement, but from my point of view, your research career is still growing. You are so enthusiastic and full of energy on your so-called retirement date, which is why I'm so happy that you will continue in a role as an emeritus professor to serve the University of Hyderabad. You have been an inspiration to me to personally choose a research career. Even after decades after leaving your lab, I can see how much your students respect you and adore you. And that is for a very good reason, because whenever you took on a student, you took on a responsibility of empowering them, of helping them achieve great things in their life. So I'm especially proud to say that my dad has the highest level of honesty, reliability, and integrity in all aspects of his life. I wish you all the best in your retirement, during which I'm sure you will continue to have a fulfilling career of your choice. And to say, Adya, Veda, Rupali and I are so looking forward to spend quality time together in the years to come. Love you so much, Dad.
Hi, Tatagaru. I am Adu. Hi, Tatagaru. I am Vedu. Wish you a very, very happy retirement. We wish that you spend a lot of time with us. Clap, karo, clap, 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 clap. Vedu, clap, karo, clap, 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 clap.
So these were all the videos, messages and text messages we have got throughout the globe. Now we are having his immediate students. I also request them to come up on the stage and share their experiences.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am. And before I move on to the formal speech that I prepared when I was asked to, I would like to first talk about this personal experience I had with sir. It was during second semester finals, right before the finals, and I was extremely stressed because I'm not sure how many of you are aware, but there's a situation going on in Manipur currently. That was when it started. It was 3rd May, to be precise. And things were very hectic for me because finals were starting, but I was also under a lot of stress because from home there were calls about how our house was burning down and everything else that was going on was when the war was starting. So I came into NSK sir's lab to get my internal papers, and he looked at me and he asked me, like, is everything okay at home? I don't know how he managed to even notice that. And then I got really emotional and I ended up crying in front of him, which was really embarrassing for me. But he asked me about the situation in Manipur. And I saw how kind and compassionate of a person he is, like genuinely a kind person. And today I got to see how really kind of a person he is. And the overwhelming amount of love and respect for him can only be explained by him having an overwhelming amount of love and kindness to offer to this world. So now I'll start with my formal speech. When I look at Sivakumar sir, what I see is a kind person. And we look at all he has achieved, we see how extremely competent he is in his field. People who are both competent and kind are hard to come by in this world. We are all grateful, sir, that we got to learn from someone as rare as you. I remember when you first met us as a class, you called yourself a tree that has grown alongside the university. And I'm sure if the university itself could speak, it would speak of how thankful it is for your service and friendship. For us, your students, your old school way of teaching, with a chalk and a board, the way you are so well versed with the subject that you're teaching that any doubt we have was cleared immediately upon asking. And how considerate you were while you taught us or even tested us during internals, will never be forgotten by us as long as we live. You have touched many lives during your time in academia, and I believe you will continue to touch many more lives. We wish you all the joy that you so clearly deserve as you continue your journey ahead in life. Thank you, sir, and may God bless you and your family with good health and happiness. Thank you.
Now I would like to request Repti ma'am to please be on stage and speak a few words.
Okay, that was weird. I wasn't expecting Repti ma'am. So, I was just sitting over there and thinking that Pranav and I are the two people that can actually say we've known Professor Sivakumar all our lives, right? When all of you were talking about how many years you've known him. But I think there's one person in this room, only one person who can actually say that she's known him all his life, right? So that's my mom over there. She's his elder sister. And so ever since he's been born, I guess she's known him. And somewhere I think I grew up partly as my parents' daughter and also partly as my mamaya's daughter, right? I was actually did a lot of personal experiences I can share, but I'm going to share something unique. I grew up all my life in Sriharikota. My dad was a scientist in ISRO. He retired now. He's over here. And so he had this tug and pull towards mathematics that I would always have. He would always keep pulling me towards mathematics. And now my mom is MSc Genetics. My grandfather, that's her father, and my mamaya's father, actually a doctor. And so there was this pull towards biology. And in 1991, my 10th class, I had this decision to make whether I wanted to go which side, medicine or engineering. That was the decision I had to make. And I was in CBSE, I had this beauty of actually taking up MYPC, but I didn't know if I was up for it. And I remember that 10th class vacation when I came over here, you took me to your lab and we actually dissected a rabbit, right? He said, let's see how you actually do that, right? How you would be, because I didn't know if I would be squeamish, if I could do it, if I was okay with it. And so we actually were there with me. The first time I entered your lab was in my 10th class. And we actually sat down over there and then put down the rabbit and we actually dissected the rabbit. And let me tell you, there were two things I learned at that point of time from him. And of course my career went on towards engineering and then being a leadership coach, and that's a irrelevant story. But there's two things I learned on that I still take forward to this day. One was when I was not very sure how do I cut, where does it go. I was so scared I would nip an artery over there and everything would be very, very difficult. He never put his hand in at that point of time. He'd always stand next to me and look at whatever my concerns were and then say, no, it's okay, you do that. Okay, you try. It's okay if it goes on. There's one more I can try. And I think years later, when I was a coach, when I'm working as a coach, years later I learned that the job of a teacher was to be a sculptor, And it's not to create an image, but it is to chip away all the unnecessary parts so that the beautiful student within can actually evolve. And I think that's what he does best. That's something I learned that day. And I think a lot of you have shared that all he did was chip away my insecurities, my fear, or my concern that I wouldn't do it right, or that I would unnecessarily, create a mess over there. All the negative thoughts were what he was trying to isolate, right? And I went ahead and then I managed to get through that day. Of course, I went ahead with my MYPC. I've dissected quite a few other animals during my school tenure. But the second takeaway on that day for me was about which stayed with me when I continued on to that journey was about how he also treated that rabbit over there, Yes, it's a meticulous precision and it's a process I need to do, but there was also such compassion at that point of time, talking about the compassion with all of us and human beings, but that compassion over there and even how to make sure that, it was as it needed to be so that it wouldn't, feel any of that pain, though it was under the anesthetic and all of that, right? So somewhere I think these two were some takeaways, and starting from that day, there's some cosmic thread that always connects us, and I think Pranav, Karthik, me, Adya, Vera, we're going to be very lucky that we're going to have your mentorship for, all your life. And I really wish that I was just seeing up one of the slides over there that says if you are done with all that on Earth, then there's Pandora, right? And that retirement is just the start of the interstellar travel. And I'm very sure that, and I hope that the world gets much, much more of you, because there's just a lot that you will continue to give, I'm very sure. And I wish that for you and all your life. Thank you so much for being you.
Respected chief guests, professors, seniors and my dear friends, a very good evening. I am Amira Wadis Fatima from MSc Biochemistry first year. Today I am here to speak on behalf of my whole class. We find it in our good fortune to speak about our professor, Dr. Shiv Kumar sir. Although we had a short interaction, but we are lucky to be a student sir. He has been the professor of some of our professors, and he really possesses some remarkable qualities. To start with, let's talk about his punctuality. You know, you can set up your watch by his arrival, as if he has some secret teleportation device which makes him always on time. And you know, he's so energetic that we feel while doing research and teaching metabolism, he might have discovered the secret for the eternal youth. Sir is also one of the successful researchers in glycobiology. He also has the power to take us into the glycobiological world. We can visualize the enzymatic reaction, the conversion of substrate to product, as if we are witnessing it ourselves. Sir has also organized many conferences. The recent one was ACGG, which gave us world-class exposure at HSU. So, I know if I start counting his qualities, my speech can't end. So, without a further ado, let's put our hands together for our respected Professor Shiv Kumar sir, who really has some remarkable qualities. Thank you sir very much for your efforts. We wish that your energy never wanes. We wish you a healthier and a happier life ahead. We wish and we want you to be one of our mentors even after your retirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After hearing all these experiences, learnings and inspirations that people have got from Professor Shiv Kumar sir, now I would request him to please come up on the dais and tell us about his journey from his perspective. Welcome sir.
Very good evening to all of you. First of all, my pranams to my parents-in-law who gave me my wife, and my mentors all through my studies. Particularly, I don't remember my school day mentors, but from my college onwards, I remember very well all my teachers who taught me at BSc level, master's level, and then I had the greatest fortune of joining Professor Rajagopal Rao at CFKRA, Mysore for my PhD. A big fellowship through the UGC when I went to Germany and learned the German language very effectively, which also helped me a lot in my life. Then I worked with Professor Rudiger, then with Professor von Figura. That was where I got the initial training. Much of the training and the attitude towards work I have developed much more strongly with von Figura. He was a person who used to come at 7 o'clock in the morning. Even if it is raining, he used to come on a cycle with the umbrella in one hand. 7 to 7 p.m. was his timing schedule. And he had such a meticulous way of planning. I am very grateful. I watched him doing things and I learned from him many scientific, academic, and even administrative things. He was quite impressed with my hard work and my dedication to work and my successful productivity with publications. And he actually supported my visit on 3 summer holidays from his research funds to carry out specific experiments of my thought in his laboratory, because we didn't have at that time here a radiation counter and so on to do ionization experiments. So I used to take the tissue from here, purify the proteins there in his lab, and then develop different methods to standardize the proteins. Then I should also thank here all my 20 PhD students who I have mentored during my career in the School of Life Sciences, starting from Rajshekhar and so on. I have a long list of 20 PhD students who worked with me. They were all so hardworking, and they used to listen to my suggestions and advices and never had any sort of a negative impact. They always thought that sir has told us something to do, let us do it and show the result. And such was the attitude of my students also. And as I should say that all my students who have worked with me, it is because of their constant work and support I was successful in my research career. And also several postdocs have also worked with me. Currently also they are working. And as many people has pointed out that I am a kind person and I treat the students as an extended family, it is true. As my children were growing and as they were going out of the house for their higher studies, myself and my wife were looking about our own lab students as our own family members. This was our attitude we developed. We used to have regular visits of the students to the house. So we are seeing that they are like our own children and we are able to treat them like that. Therefore, we always try to find out the difficulties, what is the way forward for their experimental as well as personal life. And I'm very thankful to all my students and postdocs who have helped me to reach this stage of scientific abilities right now. And today I'm very happy to say, because of these continuous efforts, I'm still 100 not out with my publications. I'm hoping that in the next 3-4 years of my retired life here, I'll be continuing as an emeritus professor. And I promised the master students that next semester I requested HOD to give me practical classes for the students. So second semester students, I'll be taking practicals for you in the first 1 month. I'll be spending more time with you in the laboratory rather than in the teaching program. So other faculty are there to teach as well. So this time I wanted to have a change to conduct practicals. I look forward to further from beginning of next semester. The university itself has given me a lot of support from the academic point of view, from the administrative point of view. I have learned a lot from my senior colleagues who have worked here in the department. Some of them are here and some of them could not make it here today. And then I also closely associated with several other faculty in the life sciences, as Professor Apuragar was telling about the IRTJ program which we have developed and which was a very outstanding program, I would say, which ran very successfully. And then the new passage to India he was talking about, that has not stopped there but it's still continuing. 2018, while I was the Director of International Affairs, we applied for a Göttingen University has applied for an NPTA program which we are partnering in. That was recently completed success. There was exchange of faculty and students from both sides, Germany and University of Hyderabad. And I have to say 2nd of December I am traveling to Germany to Göttingen University for the project end meeting. They invited me to come for the project end meeting, and we plan to see how we can further extend this post completion of this project. Possibly next year there may be another call from the DAAD to have an extended partnership program with Göttingen University. That university has also given me a lot to learn, and whatever learnings I have learned from Göttingen University and from the scientific knowledge I acquired there, I tried to extend it here, and then I was able to carry out my research work, primarily because I had always luckily good students working with me. I did not encounter any bad experiences during my life and work at the university, either with the students or with the faculty or with my colleagues, the non-teaching staff. And many people have told many good things about me. I was really quite, annoying person that my wife will know at home because I do have some irritations, and she was actually facing that at home, not the other. So after my parents, my sister and brother-in-law who also live in Doyens Township are like my parents, and we always look forward for their support and guidance all through. And it is very, I'm not able to express in words the love and affection all my alumni from the department and from the laboratory who have graduated from my lab and who have graduated from the master's student from the University of Hyderabad showered in terms of various clippings that they have sent, and also the contributions that they have made from their personal funds to have a alumni dinner today evening, not only for the department but the entire school. They proposed to have a dinner with the faculty and families together, and I look forward for this evening dinner today. And in addition, they have also instituted this medal for the best thesis award in my name, which is very well taken by me. I really appreciate all the students who have contributed in this program to make this event so very well organized. Particularly the two faculty members, as I see, have worked very hard, both Madhu Babu and Santosh Kumar, and they have also taken the help of other master students and other colleagues and the non-teaching staff's help here to make this event possible today. In summary, I would say that I am blessed to be a part of the University of Hyderabad, and in 1986 I got married to Vijay Lakshmi, and soon after that I got a job here. And University of Hyderabad has thus given me an alumni of university as my wife. Subsequently, I got a job as a permanent employee, and I grew to the level of senior professor, administrator, retiring. Tomorrow will be my last working day, but I will be very happy to continue here as an emeritus professor. The university will give me soon the order, and will contribute whatever my knowledge is required. And thanks to the extensive support given by the Department of Biochemistry faculty and the School of Life Sciences faculties to retain me here for some more time. And so far as I am able to, I will continue to do it. I am not aspiring to go out and work somewhere. I will be happy to contribute whatever is feasible in my capacity to do at the University of Hyderabad. First of all, again, I thank every one of you who have taken your time to be present here, and I am very grateful to all of you for the kind words and the support you have extended. But today I completely have to say that my success has been largely because of the hard-working students I had here. I was only providing some inputs, but they were the people who had actually worked in the lab physically. Up to a certain time, until 2000 or so, I was also physically working. Then slowly I reduced my laboratory work because our efficiencies will go down to work physically as we grow old. So we keep guiding people, and then I was fortunate that all the students who were allocated to me in the regular mode of selections were all very good, and some of them got totally trained in my lab and they are doing very well outside. Some of them came from completely Telugu medium background who could not speak proper English initially. They all learned things here and they have grown to very great height. Recently I had a chance to go to US and I met 3 of my former students. They came to see me and we drove to another student to Jai Lakshmi's house in Baltimore, and it was so amazing to see how the students who graduated from here, they are now research directors of some very important companies in US. They are again extending their knowledge to other people. This is the beauty of a faculty, being a faculty in the university. And Professor Surolya Garu, I should thank, extremely kind person. I am so grateful to you, sir, that it is my blessing that I have been able to know you since 1981, and you have been very instrumental in guiding me in the area of glycobiology in my initial PhD days. Then you also evaluated my PhD thesis work. Then you have been constantly monitoring what I am doing with glycobiology work. And when I went to my professor position, he came as an expert in the selection committee, in the expert committee in 2004, when I was promoted as professor along with Professor Ramparagor and so on. He was there as an expert in the selection committee. And then in the Gyan course also he came as a supporting faculty together with von Figura. He was here with the Gyan course, and subsequently the recent ACGG meeting. A couple of years back he said, you and Swami please take over as steering committee members of the ACGG, and he is guiding us in that, and we are glad that every year this ACGG is increasing in its strength now, and the 12th meeting we were able to successfully hold in the University of Hyderabad recently. I can only say a big namaskaram to all of you here who are gathered here and who have appreciated my progress in the university, and I look forward to offer my services. I was telling my students recently, I was in Taiwan for a international glyco meeting where my 2 students, I don't see them here, Surekha and Sivaranjani, both of them also came along with me to present their research work. And then I found a t-shirt in one of the shops and I liked it and I purchased it. I'll not say what it has on the back. I'll wear it from 1st December post-retirement. You will see. Thank you so much for all the love and affection, everybody here, and also people who came online and then greeted me today. Myself and my family are very grateful to all of you for this nice gesture. Thank you so much.
Sir, there's a request from the students in the back for a song. So,
आज से पहले, आज से ज़्यादा, आज से पहले, आज से ज़्यादा, खुशी आज तक नहीं मिली, कितनी सुहानी ऐसी भी थी, कितनी सुहानी ऐसी भी थी, कड़ी आज तक नहीं मिली, आज से पहले, इसको संजोर कहे या किस्मत का लेखा, हम जो अचानक मिले हैं, मन चाहे साथी पाके हम सबके पहले, देखो तो कैसे खिले हैं, ओ तकदीरों को जोड़ दे ऐसे, इन तकदीरों को जोड़ दे ऐसे, खुशी आज तक नहीं मिली, आज से पहले, आज से ज़्यादा, आज से पहले, आज से ज़्यादा, खुशी आज तक नहीं मिली, कितनी सुहानी ऐसी भी थी, कितनी सुहानी ऐसी भी थी, कड़ी आज तक नहीं मिली, आज से पहले. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request please stand back.
So too, I am very happy today for all the.
Thank you, sir. Please stay back. I request the family members of Shivakumar sir to come on stage for a picture.
నెట్టేసుకోండి మొక్కలు సైడ్ చెప్పుకోండి అవి ఇవి
Also, students can come after this for the picture, back side.
మేడం అది లాగేసాను
Students, please come forward to have a group photograph.
మేడం ముందుకు రావాలి మేడం ముందుకు రండి మేడం సార్ షోలా there will be several angles
Okay, sir. Smile.
One second. Okay.
Sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And when I say this, I believe I speak on behalf of everyone gathered here. Lastly, to conclude the event, I would like to invite Santosh sir to give a formal vote of thanks. Please.
ఇటు రామన్ మేడం
మీరు రూమ్లో ఉంటారా పిలుస్తాను
A very good evening to all. First of all, I would like to sincerely thank Professor Surolia from IISc Bangalore for having our guest of honor on today's occasion. I would like to sincerely thank all the faculties of all the departments of School of Life Sciences and faculty for other departments for making this program successful. I'm thankful to the staff of Department of Biochemistry and other departments. I would like to thank and Dean's Office. I would like to thank the students. I would like to thank the alumni. I would like to thank the family members for kindly being here and making this occasion so successful. Thank you all. If I forgot somebody's name, please pardon me. And thanks a lot.
సార్కి మనం గుర్తున్నామో లేమో Germany based. It was nice to so collaborative projects there. It was very nice to see. I'm going to have you brought a truck? Help me to take everything. Okay.